And then let's make sure that um oh, there we go. That was weird. All right, hello, welcome. I'm Stooge. I'm early. And unfortunately, uh Kestrel has caught Little Bear's cold. So we will not be doing Dokapon Kingdom today. You will be hearing my phone making noises. Because I have missed a couple of important phone calls the last couple of days. So I need to make sure that I don't. So with that, we've got we got my phone going off. I apologize for that. But with that, let me make sure my now live notification got out on my Discord, which you can join here, and then we will get started. How is everybody today? There we go. Oh wait. So yeah, our goal is to power the pump room, solve chess, and I I keep forgetting I need to take care of the lights. I should really just get some higher quality lights rather than lights that are like $20 each. Like half of them are not as effective as they were when I first got them. So that's fun. All right, continue. Doobie doobie doo. Alrighty. Okay. Allowance, which has gone up considerably. Oh yeah. What I get? What I get? A sleeping mask and a coupon book. Yay. All right. So, it wasn't yesterday. It was the time before, I believe. I did manage to upgrade the aquarium to being a power source. So the if I manage, I guess school. I don't see anything in there. If I get the security room, I'll check. I wish there was a way to identify where stuff is. There has to be a way to get the 12 microsieverts. All right, we're going to start with the coin purse, huh? Okay. Well, let's do the library because we have a book waiting for us and a gem. Tools of the trade, the guiding compass, glue, grease, and guts. It's about time for an upgrade. Tooltips. Word from the editor. Tools of the trade. Taking issue with inventory. In the world of drafting, the tools an architect wields are crucial in shaping their vision and bringing their designs to life. The precision, elegance, and functionality of these instruments can have a profound effect on the drafting process and the final outcome of your project. That's why it's very important to choose the right tools to complement your drafting techniques. In this issue of Drafting Strategy, we will dive into the vast realm of inventory, bringing to light the many hidden tools of the trade that can enhance your favorite strategies and elevate your architectural ambitions to unprecedented heights. So, something that literally, as I'm reading this, just occurred to me. How many houses in this world behave like Mount Holly Manor, right? Seriously, how many of them? That there's an entire magazine dedicated to this. Or is the magazine something that was created by your uncle, your great uncle, to uh, to help guide you? The text in this issue of Drafting Strategy, we will dive into the vast realm of inventory, bringing to light the many hidden tools of the trade that can enhance your favorite strategies and elevate your architectural ambitions to unprecedented heights. From classic compasses and T-squares to the state-of-the-art software upgrades, the variety of drafting tools available to architects today is staggering. As we navigate this diverse landscape, regardless of whether you are a seasoned professional seeking to refine your toolkit or a budding draftsman searching for a basic set of instruments, the following articles will provide invaluable insight and guidance for architects of all levels. The Guiding Compass, an introduction to drafting items. Gems. You can't have a conversation about drafting items without starting with gems. These valuable stones allow architects to draft special floor plans. The stopwatch. A more short-term, very short-term alternative to paying gem costs is utilizing a stopwatch to bypass any gem cost you encounter during a frantic 1-minute drafting dash. The emerald bracelet. Of course, if you're wealthy enough to be able to afford to purchase it from the showroom, this very high-end luxury item removes the gem cost of special floor plans altogether. Repellent spray. But why remove gem costs when you can just remove the whole room? Repellent spray can free you of that annoying floor plan for up to a week. I'm not sure that's a good thing. Ivory dice. Dice are a resource that allow you to re-roll for new floor plans while drafting. The brass compass. A useful drafting tool that adjusts the orientation of floor plans. If a room has another exit, it will have a high chance to lead northward. The silver key. The orientation of floor plans matter a lot less when rooms have tons of doors. Silver key all but guarantees that your draft will result in a room with enough doors to ensure they lead where you want them to go. The gear wrench. The first item that can adjust the rarity of a floor plan in the draft pool. Although it only works on mechanical rooms, it's a useful tool for customizing your experience. An ornate compass, another luxury item from the showroom, and likely the most useful drafting tool on this list. Ornate compass allows you to rotate floor plans as you draft them, allowing you to position doors to your advantage. Glue, grease, and guts workshop contraptions. Crafted from the depths of resourcefulness and innovation, contraptions are makeshift creations born from the fusion of two or more distinct tools. Through soldering, taping, and a liberal amount of hot glue, inventors can use the workbench found in the workshop to bring together disparate elements to forge something far greater than the sum of its parts. Blind experimentation is often the most rewarding avenue for true innovators. But for those crafters who need a bit of inspiration or guidance, we have included a list of common contraption components to kickstart your creative journey. Contraption components. The battery pack, used in 3. That would be the power hammer, the jackhammer, and the electromagnet. Pump the power room! No, we want to power the pump room. The shovel is used in the jackhammer, the I can't remember. The detecting shovel, I think. I could be wrong about that. The metal detector is used in the detecting shovel, the burning lens, or burning glass, or whatever it's called. And I think it's used with the compass to create a dowsing rod. The broken lever is used for the jackhammer and the power hammer. The compass is used in the electromagnet and the dowsing rod, I believe. The sledgehammer is used only, apparently, for the power hammer. The lockpick is used. Oh, now that's odd. I could have sworn the lockpick was used. Well, I thought the battery was used with the lockpick to make the advanced lockpick, which allows you to open more difficult doors. The coin purse, and this is something I know because of, again, day nine's playthrough. But the coin purse with the rabbit's foot makes a contraption that makes items more likely, or I don't remember exactly what it does. Anyways, the magnifying glass is used for the burning glass, and I think this one here is supposed to be the rabbit's foot. Alright. It's about time for an upgrade. Architectural Digest Guide to Upgrade Discs. Perhaps the most exciting item an architect can come across is an upgrade disk. This floppy data disk houses floppy data disk. I don't know if I've ever heard a floppy disk referred to as a floppy data disk. This floppy data disk houses a wellspring of unique architectural plans designed explicitly for a specific room. By inserting the disk into a computer terminal, architects gain the ability to shape the destiny of a room, guided by the enticing designs contained on the disk. This myriad of options not only allows architects to craft floor plans that align with their preferred strategies, but also enables them to adapt their creations to evolving project requirements. Furthermore, the upgrade disk's array of plans ensure that no two architects will follow the same path, fostering a landscape of diverse architectural designs. 16 total discs have been issued. Okay. I need to remember that so I can take a look at which ones I've upgraded. Alright, stringing together adjoining hallways. Alright, tool tips, tricks for itemized success. Stringing together adjoining hallways has always been the most straightforward strategy when using a hall pass. Drafting floor plans like a tunnel, secret passage, are easy ways to set up longer chains of hallways. You can adjust the security settings in the terminal located in security to make security doors more or less common. If you have found a keycard, it is worth changing these settings to high, and if you haven't, you may want to set them low. For the endeavoring gardener, a watering can is a fundamental tool. But did you know you can refill this item with water? All you need to do is find a faucet with running water. Ah, the value of the kitchen or the greenhouse. Most green rooms can only be drafted along the edges of your house, and the secret garden is no exception. You can use this key on any locked door leading to one of these rooms' positions, as long as it's not the corners. If you have come across any fancy ruby-socketed candlesticks, you may want to take note in case you can find an item that can produce a flame. These specific candlesticks contain mechanical triggers that are tripped when the candle is lit. A word from the editor. Tools are cool, but they are only as good as the architect who harnesses their capabilities. As you finish reading this issue of Drafting Strategy, I want you to open your menu and look at your inventory. Take a moment to look at each item and contemplate the true potential they all hold. The same potential you see there is the same potential that resides within yourself. 4. It is not the tools themselves that will sculpt the grand structures and monuments of tomorrow. but the deft hands and brilliant minds of architects like you. All right, so they said 16 rooms are updated. All right. Found floor plans. This is a new room. All right. This has been upgraded twice. So that's 2 discs. This has been upgraded once, so that's 3. The Nook has been upgraded, that's 4. Hey Demo, how are you doing? Kestrel's not feeling well, so we're not doing multiplayer today. None of those rooms have been upgraded. Nope. 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 That's been upgraded. That's 5. Okay. Bedrooms. So the master bedroom not upgraded, no, the master bedroom hasn't been upgraded, I don't think. I could be wrong. This has been upgraded. That's 6. The nursery's been upgraded. 7. Nope. I don't think any of these have been upgraded. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. The courtyard's been upgraded. There are 2 shops I haven't encountered yet. Interesting. Okay, so I still have a lot of upgrade discs to find. Fun. All right. This day is going to be a gym-heavy day. I want the conference room. I should try to get, let me see, go here, check the green rooms. I want to get the patio, but first I need to get lots of green rooms. I do want to get the terrace, though. So if I can get the terrace, I know it sounds like I'm saying terraced, but terrace. Nope. We'll take the storeroom. How are you doing, Demo? I think I asked that. I can't remember. I have a terrible memory. And I have a sniffly nose. Oh, hi, Banana. Banana. I don't have my silver spoon anymore. All right. Let's do the classroom. I don't want to wait too late until I get the classrooms. Gonna leave that there. And we are going to go this way. All right. Billiard room. Four times 4 is 16. 20 minus 10 is 10 times 2 is 20. Divided by 4 is 5. 23 minus 13 is 10 times 2 is 20 minus divided by 4. Also 5. How are you doing today, Demo? Scrooge doesn't negotiate with terrorists. That's right. That's right. I believe in Jefferson's philosophy when it comes to such things. I'm glad you're doing well. Millions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute. This used to be a surefire way to get gems. Now it's at best 50-50. This is a good place for this. We'll do the breaker room. Turn that off. Turn that on. Turn that off. Okay, let's do the classroom. Grade 3. Again, I've not been looking at the desks. Dog. So grade 3 is spelling stuff out with the elements. H2O is water. Is ice. No. No. Tear drop. One out of 3. That's funny. Did none of them actually put steam? Because you got STEAM. Alright. I'm glad that you're doing well. Do a classroom. Alright, so. This is here. This is here. This is a Raja. This was Orinda Aries. It's now Arch Aries. Or Fin Aries. This is Arch Aries. I don't remember. So I can remember these ones because this is... It's so funny that in the map it says... Let me get closer. Actually look at it. It still says Orinda Aries. They haven't updated it. And it still has the Orinda Aries symbol. Arch Aries, Orinda Aries, Raja, Nuance. I think it lacks all nuance. And then over here we have Morajai, Vera, and Koreka. So if we look at this again. So this one is Moraja. Oh, here. See. Morajai. This is where the puzzle boxes come from. Vera. Koreka. Puerto Rica, or however you say it. I hope this isn't a political statement. So this is actually, this one belongs here for Vera. This is correct. And this, I believe, is correct. Check another one. These two are the best ones. Because these are backwards. So yeah. And I actually have those written down somewhere too. Let's see. If you weren't here earlier, you are going to hear my phone going off. Right, let's go this way. Hey, yo, I'm going to lurk whilst I die. No dying, Kestrel. If I can't die, you can't die. Nobody can die. Not allowed. The world shall forever be in a form of stasis. Unfortunately, the entry hallway does not count as the entry hallway does not count as a hallway. All right. I guess I'll go this way. I'm sorry, but it's just the way things are, Kestrel. Okay, nothing here. Yeah, let's do the master bedroom. Yeah, no making the world even worse, Kestrel. The orange man is doing enough of that. All right, let's see if we can get 2 puzzles. I've already got I've got 4 classrooms. I just need 4 gems. Both of these statements are false. Well, that's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. The statement on the white box is false. Because if this statement is false, then that statement can't be true. The gems are in the blue box. The gems are not in the black box. All right, I'm going to assume that this statement is true. Or I should say that this statement is false. Which means that this statement is true. Damn it! Ah! I needed those gems, damn it. We'll take the dining room. We'll get lunch. I'm only on rank 4. No, that's fine. We'll do the billiard room. If you needed those gems, then you should have opened the right box. You know, that's a really good suggestion, Kestrel. All right, Kestrel, you want to help me with this? 11 minus 8 is 3, squared is 9, divided by 9 is 1. What? Oh, I forgot the plus 11. It's 20. No, it's 12. I'm an idiot. There we go. It's a dartboard. Wait, is that math? Yes, it is math. 3 times 5 is 15. Minus 18 is negative 3. Squared is 9. Nope. 1 times 8 is 8. 8 squared is 64. Reversed is 46. You can only count to 4. Huh? Oh, she. You don't know how I remember all the operations? 64 reversed is 46, minus 20 is 26, divided by 2 is 13. And we have a security card. So I'm going to go all the way back to here and turn that back on. And there you go. The symbol in the Black Grotto. In the Black Bridge Grotto. There must be some significance to that. But what? Do any of these have... No. Whoever came up with these puzzles must have been going through some heavy shit. Yeah, maybe Kestrel, maybe. All right. And we'll go this way. No. I need 5 more gems because I have to take the final exam. All right, let's see. I am here. All right. I don't have a shovel. Redraw floor plans. Please give me a hallway. Sweet. I can't rotate it. I can't rotate it. Well, I guess I'll do the hallway. Well, since I've got to walk all the way back, I think I'm going to get the pantry. Psycho Stick song, comedy metal band. Wait, what? He can only count to 4. He can only count to 4. He can only count to 4! Would that be about right, demo? Very accurate. I mean, there are certain songs where the parodies write themselves. Let's be honest. Though, depending on the person, they may come up with a different parody. Like Weird Al's parody of Like a Surgeon or Like a Virgin. For me, I always think of Like a Sturgeon. Like a sturgeon, woo, swimming for the very first time. Like a sturgeon. I did not say I was a good singer. If anyone ever thought I was a good singer, I'm sorry to disillusion you. All right. Everything you know is wrong. Black is white, up is down, and short is long. And everything you thought was just so important doesn't matter. Everything you know is wrong. I'm gonna run out of keys too. Okay, we have the solarium. Her ladyship's room. We'll do her ladyship's room. Which gave us a gem. Oh, that's just a pocket. That's your grandfather, Simon. That's also your grandfather, Simon. He went from looking fairly nice to looking very severe. Your grandmother is from your grandmother was from Araja. But this still confuses me. Like, I thought that this was an X, but apparently it's not. So there must be something about this, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, we'll take the closed exhibit. Now, before we open those doors, we're going to go see what experiment we can do in the laboratory. I had it. What do you mean I had it? Or are you talking to Pokey had it? Actually, I don't know if I can access those from here, from this terminal. Let's see. So, let me see. Network settings. He said everything you know is wrong, and I responded, you had it. Okay, I don't get it. I really want to find out what the other thing is. I think it a song. Okay. I think it a sniffle. A sniffle, a sniffle, a sniffle like biffle. All right, yeah, we got that. This gave us the tunnel. There's a Weird Al song. Everything you know is wrong is a Weird Al song, yes. That is absolutely a Weird Al song. I don't know if it's a parody or if it's an original. I think it's an original, but I could be wrong. God dang, I hate that. Yeah. The breaking void. All right. Oh, excellent. This is what I need. Uh, let's do the boudoir. I am out of keys. So this may be a problem. Maybe I should have taken the commissary when I could. I do have lights that are just for the green screen, Pokey. Alright, we're going to take this. Locked. The problem is that they are... Several of them have gotten... Well, that's the day. Well, it's not the day. I can still go to the closed exhibit. To get to the closed... Oh my gosh, how many steps is that going to take? So many steps. All of the steps. Not all of the steps, but a lot of the steps. I've got 5 lights just on the green screen. I have 1 light that is focused on me. All the other lights, like, I've got a light here. I have a light here. I could try adjusting this light. Whoa! But the section of green screen that is actually having problem is this side over here. And those ones are focused specifically on the green screen. No, actually there are 6 lights. Here, let me try futzing with one of these lights real quick. Now it's more even. Alright. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, we're back down here. Let's see. No, part of the problem is that the green screen is not taught. It hasn't finished school. And I need, like, I have plans for it. I just never get around to them. Like many plans. It's possible. It is entirely possible. Yeah, I've tried doing, like, the camera is set to 56,000 or 5,600, not 56,000. And all of the lights should be set to 5,600. Like, everything should be the same. Dinner's ready. All right, I have 3 gems. I'm going to do the corridor because if I do this door, or if I do this room, this entire section gets cut off. All right, let us do this classroom. Oh, a cupcake. I've never seen a cupcake before. Yep. I've been looking at possibly getting one of those green screens. Okay, dark room's the way to go. And since I have food in the dining room, that's not going to be too costly. And the dark room may have a gem in it. A gem. Wish I had the metal detector. Nope, I need to go this way. Elgato has a green screen like that. Elgato also has a green screen that I don't have the trophy. Oh, I don't have the showroom. But Elgato also has one that you attach to your chair. I hate it. Okay, let's turn the dark room back on. The only rooms I don't really mind, the only red rooms I don't really mind, I should say. Oh, I went the wrong way. Are the gymnasium, the dark room, and to a lesser extent, the closed exhibit. I always want to just go straight. But yeah, I've looked at those, but they're, for my budget, they're just too expensive. God, I'm giving all my money to the church. You know what'd be funny? Is if I missed something in here. Alright, now. Right, the dark room. Hopefully there's a gem in the dark room. A gem hadar. Alright. The weight room. I don't have any green room, so that's not helpful. We'll take the kennel. Well, as I'm out of keys, I think the way to go would be the music room. Maybe I'll get the green key. Sweet, I got the secret garden key. That's what I really wanted. Alright, we can't use that exit. Let me see. Yeah. We'll use this. Oh. Alright. We'll take the classroom. Oh, the music room took a gem. Alright. So here, General Teskin, Oris, 2 sons, 22 years, a Raja, and the Black Flag. Alright, do I want to go this way? Or this way? I guess I'll go this way. We'll use the secret garden key. And I do have a sewing machine, so I could actually do it. Because honestly, my big problem is that my green screen is actually 2 separate green screens. And I should make it so that it is 1 green screen. And I can do that. And then I'll stop stepping on it too, which would be nice. Now I've got to go all the way back to the conference room to get steps. Hopefully it's enough steps to make up for going all the way back to the conference room. A sniffle biffle. Sniffly sniffle sniffle. Alright, let's see. Locked. I believe that one is also locked. So, to the conference room, I need to go all the way back this way. How fun is it that the dark room leads to a dark room? Alright, so this is the war between the city of Fen and Orinda, the revolution, the death of Prince, and Orinda, or excuse me, Finn Ares winning, or Finn winning, the coronation of General Tuscan, or Tascan, or whatever his name is, the destruction of the railways, military parade, where have we seen that before? And there we go. History is penned by the victors. So sadly true. History is penned by the victors. Is this the right way? No, this is not the right way. And I just lost 2 steps. And also, those projectors are too small for the field of view of my camera. Alright. Just 2 more steps. Food. 5, 10, 15, nope. 12, 17, 19, 21, 23. Slightly better. Nope, wrong way. That was close. I have no gems, no keys. There's only one room I can go. There's only one door I can open. And here it is. Alright. We've got to take the Nook. Which gave us the magnifying glass. Excellent. Okay. Okay, okay, good. The gymnasium is oriented correctly. Now, there's no reason for me to continue into that room unless I get the quest room, which I have not yet gotten. So, did I go the wrong way? I did go the wrong. Me. Am I going the right way? No, yes. This is a far cry from the near 200 steps I had yesterday, isn't it? All right. Ooh. So this is a wholly new room that I've not been to. Now, let's take a look at this. All right. Other. Okay. Wow. The star schedule. Survey of constellations observed at Mount Holly Observatory. the North Star, the Twins, the Slice, Diamondus Minor, the Southern Cross, the Twins and Dynamis Minor, the Farmer's Apple, the Clavis the Key, Dynamis Minor and the Southern Cloth, the Slice and the Farmer's Apple, Diamondus Major, Draxus the Dead, Southern Cross and Clavis the Key, the Slice, Diamondus Minor and Farmer's Apple, the Sail, the Southern Cross, Diamondus Major, the Twins, Farmer's Apples, Clavis the Key, the Slice, the Sail, Clavis the Key, Diamondus Major, L'Orealis Bloom of the Sky, the Slice, Farmer's Apple, Diamondus Major, the Twins, Clavis the Key, Draxus the Dead, Clavis the Key, the Sail, Diamondus Minor, L'Orealis Bloom of the Sky, the Twins, the Slice, Southern Cross, Farmer's Apple, Clavis the Key. First appearance of both Diamondus Major and Minor and Major in the same sky. 7 different constellations observed in a single night. New constellation spotted. Yep. We know all that. I have no more keys. Is there anything special about this? Is that it? Is there any puzzle? I guess we're just going to call it a day. And we will gain 2 stars. We're calling it a day in the planetarium. See, if I'm off to the side like this, it doesn't really damage anything other than that tiny little spot right up there. Academic Jigsaw House. Save and continue. All right. I really want to power the pump room, but I'm getting nothing. I want to finish school. I want to power the pump room. I want to solve the chess. In order to solve the chess, I need to get both the master bedroom and her ladyship's manor, or her ladyship's room, and a nook. Because I don't know what other rooms. Okay. Let's do the shelter. You know what would be great? I should have done that. I get the hovel. I get the freezer. Well, I get the hovel. I stock load a ton of gems. I get the freezer. I call it a day, and then I get to schoolhouse. Yeah. That would be great. The den. Was that a dirt pile? No. Okay. Sleeping mask, magnifying glass, and a hammer. Cool. All right. We will do the spare master bedroom. Nothing. Nothing. Tra-la-la. The pantry. We'll go back the other way now. The storeroom. Yeah, we'll do the courtyard. That's an investment. Parla. Let's see, nothing there. All right. Gems are not in the white or blue box. Gems are in both the blue and black. False. Gems are in both the black and white box. False. How far I've fallen. The game's like, you can't handle these puzzles. We're going to give you something simpler. All right. Easiest puzzle ever. Let's do the laboratory. Okay. So we have the hammer and the broken lever. Let's set up an experiment. Okay. You know, I think I want to immediately add 3 aquariums to today's drafting pool. I know generally I go for the allowance stuff, but here there's not... the only thing that really I want is the aquariums. So let's do that. Three aquariums have been added to the drafting pool. Okay. I need to do a quick BRB. Give me a few minutes. I appreciate everybody's patience. Alrighty, I'm back. And still gravelly. Alright, so. The reason why I wanted the aquariums, for those that don't know. Okay, you know, let's go with the archives. I'm protected from the first three. The archives is a good one to be protected from. Yeah, we'll do the pantry. Alright, now rather than going that way, we're going to go this way and go through the center. Hallway. I guess we'll just do the observatory. That'll give us 45. Oh, dead ends are more likely. I mean, granted, dead ends being more likely does mean I'm more likely to get the freezer. But do I want the freezer? That is the question. All right. All right. There's security. You don't need security though. Let's do the nursery room. Hello, banana. Banana. Oh, further away. There we go. All right. Well, this is also a good room to be protected from. Yeah, let's do the walk-in closet. All right, so a key, a compass, a gem, and a gem. Let's do the boiler. And we want it to go this way. Why is that glowing? Okay. Security. All right. I don't have the key card. Oh, the laundry room is a dangerous thing. All right, we'll take the dark room. The reason why I say the laundry room is a dangerous thing is because the laundry room, the power that it gives you. Okay. We'll take that. I need to get the pool room. No. I mean, yes, but no. The reason why the laundry room is a dangerous thing is okay. The hallway closet, I think, is the way to go here, or the library. The hallway closet, I would get 3 items rather than 2, but the library at least ties back to the foundation. But do I really care? It's still effectively a dead end. But no. You can trade your stars to increase your allowance if you have power to the laundry room. This is why the laundry room is a dangerous thing. Right, I can't go that way. Alright, we're gonna go down to the pantry now, I guess. I have plenty of steps. Yeah, archives. Oh, hi. When did you guys arrive? I could really do with a freezer right now and get a schoolhouse tomorrow. Wait. Didn't I come in here before? Or did I not? No, I didn't come in here. I just turned around. Alright. Speaking of the freezer, if I do this though, I'm going to end up calling it a day. No, I won't. I'm not going to call it a day. So what's fun is if I were to draft the furnace here, it would thaw the freezer. But as long as I don't enter the furnace room, my stuff would still stay frozen. Which is intriguing. God dang it. Alright, give me a moment. This is the call I've been waiting for. Alright, that was our HVACs. That was the HVAC people. And yeah, we've been missing each other. And they've been trying to get a quote to me. And then turns out that because I need to get a duct bypass put in. No! I guess I do call it a day. Because I can't go through either of these doors. Alright. Now, Can we get... We're a mid-sized villa. Can we get the schoolhouse tomorrow? I need the schoolhouse. All right. Gotta have so much money. Imagine if I won the, if I managed to get 20 dead ends too. That ain't happening. All right. Cross your fingers for the schoolhouse.
Sweet.
We got the schoolhouse. I have 13 gems, and it's just the start of the day. I only need 9 gems to finish school. All right, we'll do the gift shop. The billiard room. All right. 9 times 9 is 81, reversed is 18. 10 times 10 is 100, minus 10 is 90, so we're looking at 9. 4 minus 2 is 2, cubed is, or, no. 4 minus 2 is 2, squared is 4, squared is 16. We got a silver key. Silver key, dooby-doo. Silver key, dooby-doo. It's silver key time in the city. All right. And we have a sale today. Apples are extra delicious. We now have more keys. Right. Sure, let's do the parlor. There are 2 statements on this box. False. There are 2 statements on this box. True. The gems are in a box with no true statement. Debatable. There are 2 statements on this box. True. They are both false. False. This is the only box with no true statements. Alright, so since it's a sale and everything is 50% off, Mount Holly Tea, a permanent addition to the master bedroom, unlocks Dare mode. Blue tents can only be purchased after you have proven your merit as a scout by obtaining 8 trophies in your trophy room. Sturdy construction, steel stakes, and scouting rope included. Base size 6x8, 40 inches high. Dew dry finish. Water resistant treatment. Okay, but what's that do? And dirigible blocks coming soon. So apparently they are actually doing dirigible blocks as a DLC. Alright. For 10 coins, sure, I will purchase that. Yay, we got our first classroom. Get both. This is not the phone call I'm waiting for. Actually, now that I've gotten that phone call, I don't need that. Because what I want to get, what happens if I get the, if I get the, what do you call it? The showroom. And there's also, we'll get that if I don't get the showroom. And if I have enough after I get a commissary. All right, we will get a classroom. Let's see. While drafting a classroom, you may draw a new floor plan for each draft room in your house. Rabbit's foot. I'm more likely to find items. Can I get... We'll get the den. And... I don't have any green rooms, so I can't double my gems. God, that'd be insane. I have plenty of steps right now, so we'll do the hall closet. We'll do the closet. All right. So now I have no fear about security rooms or security doors. No items in this classroom. Before I go forward, I'm going to go... We're going to go back to the entrance hall and do that. We'll take the breaker box. That can be on. That needs to be off. We'll have that on. Just because the plushie is a one-time thing, get in and be done with it. Yeah, but I haven't seen any of the other stores yet. What if I get the silver spoon again? Alright, I probably should have just redrawn. Well, I can redraw now. Alright. Passageway, weight room. We'll do the passageway. Excellent. Security. I feel more secure already. Alright, view estate inventory. Good. Keycard system. Keycard settings. Set security level. High. Okay. We're not gonna fiddle with that. Return to security menu. Log in. Password accepted. Electronic mail. Okay. Kirk, per our last meeting, effective immediately, please suspend all security camera recordings. Live surveillance has been approved, but the Baron no longer wishes to have tape logs of activity on the estate. I know this might seem like a security risk, but I promise you, good reasoning is behind the seemingly unsound decision. Interesting. Darren Kirk is a pseudonym. Or Kirk Darren is a pseudonym, or is a non-diplomat, or yeah. Alias. Mr. Darren. Sorry for lagging reply. I am still learning how to use this machine. Thanks for bringing this issue to our attention. This was not something I had considered, but it does seem like a reasonable suggestion. I will discuss it with the Baron during our next meeting. I know he has expressed interest in installing secondary access levers for both redundancy and convenience, so this may be the perfect excuse to allow him to execute those plans, should he still wish to do so. Okay. I'm reading these backwards. Mr. Baron, if you have any more of those red and blue memo sheets, the Baron has requested a handful of each for a new project he is working on in the clock tower. For my part, I can't understand for the life of me why you and the Baron continually insist on confounding my staff and every other person who stumbles upon one of your colored memos. I'm not confident confusion is the best security. But it's not my department, so I'll leave that up to you and the Baron. Ah, yes, security through obscurity. The best thing. Mrs. Babbage, I'd like to address one potential security vulnerability of having an antechamber lever in the weight room. As the years have gone by, the Baron's frequency of working out in this room has gone from once in a red moon to as rare as a man without self-pity. Wow. That's funny. As such, we find this room mostly relegated to guest use, and given that an antechamber lever is not only unsuited but also poses a security risk, we advise we either remove or conceal it and install a secondary lever to control the south entrance. Return to network menu. Okay, still don't have that. Remote terminal access. So, with the Black Bridge protocol, now that we have Black Bridge, we can actually connect to the laboratory. Yes. I can only connect to one offline terminal a day. So I can now set up an experiment. For each bathroom or each bedroom you draft after your second bathroom, each time you eat an apple, I think what we'll do is we will do this and this. Now, whoops, return to main menu. These are my research. I've done a lot. Log into the network from this terminal. Now let's take a look at the electronic mail here. Oh, this is security. Return to network menu. Remote terminal access. View active terminals. Yes. Okay, I guess if I log into the network from here, I only have access. So I guess I still have to... Okay. Do I want to do this? Or do I want to do that? I guess there's still one book that we haven't checked out. Hi, Key. Because We've checked this out multiple times. I've actually recorded all of the rune data from it. We checked out that. That requires a bit more going over. I've checked out these three. I've checked this out. Done that. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I think I've done that. We've done that. But we have not done Curse of the Black Bridge. Alright. The classroom. A hall pass. You will not lose steps traveling between two adjoining hallways. Hallways drafted from an adjoining hallway do not cross gems to draft. Apple. Oh wait, I'm doing a classroom day. I should have said I should have made it so that every time I eat an apple rather than draft a bedroom. I'm really curious, but I don't want to do that yet. Now, I don't have a shovel, so getting access to that doesn't matter. That takes me to security. All right. We're going to redraw. Rotunda. Classroom. All right. Or wait, what did I yeah, each bedroom you draft. You can't change that. Art prompt. All right. Do I have any special keys? I have a silver key. All right, let's do a silver key. The dining room. The hallway. Let's do the conference room. I think that's good. Now, we don't have any reason to go into the conference room at this point. We want to draft from that door. Drawing room, boudoir, weight room. Oh, right, I can rotate. There we go. Not what I went. No. I want the gem. Okay. Classroom is good. Let's see. This should be grade 5. No, grade 6. Yep. Grade 6. With another apple. I made a mistake. I really should have said every time I eat an apple. I don't have the power hammer. Let's redraw. The coat check would give me a shovel. Let's do the gymnasium. Have I done? Yes. That should be off. Good. closed exhibit or showroom? Let's do the showroom. Oh, great. We've got the moon pendant. Oh, what's the master key do? Opens all normal doors. And I could do the moon pendant. See, Pokey? This is why I didn't do it. Now I don't have to worry about keys at all. And the moon pendant lets me keep 2 items from today for tomorrow. All right. All right. Oh, there's an orange. All right. Go get the orange. But see, now I don't have to worry about keys. This is a good thing. I don't want to open that door, actually. The reason I don't want to open that particular door is because if I open that door... All right. Do I want the drafting studio? You know what? I will lose half my steps. How would there be... Oh, you know what? I bet you it has to do with getting power to here. Sorry about that. We'll go this way. We'll take the boiler room. I'm running out of gems, which is not something I was expecting. Oh, wait. Okay. So this is 7th grade. So, all right, here we go. So 3 squared is 9. 3 squared minus 5 is 4. 7 minus 5 squared, or 5, excuse me, 5 minus 7, or 7 minus 5 is 2, squared is 4. 3 times 2 squared is 36. 2 squared is 4, times 1 squared is 16, yes. 5 times 2 is 10, squared is 100, plus 5 minus 95 would be 90. Oh wait, 105 minus 95 would be 10, squared is 100, yes. 16, numbers reverse, 61. 21 minus 2 is 19. 30 minus 5 is 25. Squared, 50, or reversed is 52, not 400. 21.7 rounded to the nearest number. It should be 22, not 21. Or not 20. So, oh. They got these two reversed. All right. 59 rounded to the nearest 100 is 100, minus 59.6 rounded to the nearest number would be 60, so that's 40, that's correct. So they got this one wrong, they got this one wrong, and they got these two wrong. All right. I don't need more steps. Let's just get a classroom. Get to grade 8. All right. Erajan affix pairings. Ready for language class? Prefixes, aj first. Suffix, ja last. Ma small, large. Ov toward, vo away. Nev new, or nave new. Ven old, end of, start of. Or nev is also start of. El I or me. Le a lack of myself. When paired with a verb can mean I will or I won't, similar to ul or lu. But I don't know what... Is that a dash? Lor, word. Hue, house. Tre, tree. Yate, gate. Lune, water. Dao, day. Nai, night. Are, future. Ajlor. First word. Olgo. I don't know. New day. All. I wonder if all is we. Oh, I see. That's an asterisk. Or that's supposed to be an asterisk. Okay, so we go. I don't know what the go means because I didn't see that over here. So I will have to make some form. I should probably write this down because I'm not going to read this. And if I want to graduate, all right. So let's go over here. All right. Everybody's favorite part of the stream. Stooge taking notes. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, actually. Gosh darn it. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm very coffee right now. Earlier, Rajan did not use any verbs, so today, the rare uses of verbs are comprised almost entirely of loan words and are mainly used To describe physical actions. Ah, okay, so yeah. So, will go? Will go? So you'll remember from the dub from YouTube disconnected. Okay. It seems to be back. Weird. Hopefully it doesn't count as a new stream. Trey is tree. Gate is gate. I'm sure that won't come up anywhere at any point in time. Lune is water. Tao is day. Night is night. And Ray is future. Okay. There we go. Now let's go. I guess let's go to the weight room and go north. Luckily, the special key, master key. How many steps do I have? I have 67. If I get the dark room, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, it's fine. We'll get the dark room. Oh, wait. +2. Because of this. Alright, so... Oh, wait. I can just go through the Great Hall. That will save me a couple of steps. This way. And then into the rotunda. All right. Oh, wait. No, it still saves me a couple of steps. And I forgot about the shoes, too, that I got from the gymnasium. Okay, over here. A worthless key. Okay. Get the pool room. Wine cellar, sure. I feel like I still think there's got to be a puzzle of some variety with the wine cellar. But I don't know what. We'll do the coat check, or do we want to do the coat? No, we'll just do the nook. Yeah, nook. Nook. Okay. Master key. And we will take the gallery. I do wish I had the trading post, because the more items I take, the more likely it is that I'm going to get something I don't want. Alright. We'll take the chapel. The archive has... and I need to go that way. We'll take the locker room. Conference room is there. Okay. Am I making a mistake? Possibly. With only 31 steps left, it is entirely possible. Although we did get the dining room. Where's the dining room at? I think we... Didn't I hear it? I guess maybe I'm misremembering and we didn't grow a dining room. I do not see a dining room. So never mind. All right. All right. Let's see. Well, I can keep typing. Okay, good. Steps. A battery. Battery. I don't have a hammer. I don't have the handle. More food. Okay. Well, now I have the lever. Again, the more items you collect, the more likely you are all right, pump room. I really, really need a classroom. I just need that one classroom, guys. Come on. I guess we'll take the Rumpus room. All right. I think that's it. Is this it? 4 and 4. Final exam. Please take a seat. Your exam has begun. You will have 30 actual minutes. You will have 30 minutes to complete the next 18 pages of questions related to the curriculum covered over the previous 8 grades. If you do not know the answer to a question, skip it and come back later. This is an open book exam, and you may use your notes, and you may retrieve information from any other rooms to help you as long as you complete the test within 30 minutes. After you have completed your exam, you will be graded remotely, and results will be sent to you the following day. Sam left his house at 6 a.m. and drove 3 hours north past 8 flags, and he turned northwest at Tanner Fork. He then drove another 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color before arriving at Trinsdale at noon. What color were the flags? In the scenario above, where does Sam live? Ah! What color is most often associated with hallways? Orange. Which of the following would be least patriotic room pairing? Let's see. Nope. Raja is purple, that's a room. Corica is orange. Veneres is red. Okay. I think this, a greenhouse in Costa Rica. Because green and orange. Yellow and orange are fairly close. What color is the fruit that gives you 3 steps when consumed? Yellow. Solve the following problem. 2. Wait, no. 0. Alright. 5 times 2 is 10, plus 2 is 12, times 2 is 24. 5 minus 2 is 3, times 3 is 15, plus 1 is 16, minus 5 is 11. 1 times 0 is 0, times 4 is 0, divided by 5 is 0, minus 4 is negative 4. Right? Or is this 10? 10 times 4 is 40, divided by 5. I'm going to say it's 0, because if it's 10 times 4 is 40, minus 5, or divided by 5 is 6. Wait. No. Divided by 5 is 8. Oh, it's 4. 5 times 8 is... Yeah, it's going to be 4. Alright, solve the following problem. 1 minus 4 is negative 3 times 2 is negative 6. Should be 1. 3 minus 4 is negative 1 times 8 is negative 8. Divided by 2 is negative 4 plus 5. Oh no, divided by... Yeah. Negative 8 divided by 2 is negative 4. Okay, should also be 1. Carbon. Helium. Oh, which element appears in the directly below helium? Oh, I believe it's it should be neon. Can I change my answers? I cannot change my answers. You get one shot. Which page am I on? What year is this taking place? 1996? 1993? Yep, neon. Okay, good. Let's see. MT. I mean, oh my gosh. All right. LRLA. That's supposed to be... No, it looks like LL, which... Okay, there's MT. I found MT, so MT is not there. Or is there? Y is there. HO. HO is there. So, therefore, it's got to be LL. Which element of the periodic table is represented? AG is silver. AU is gold. Which elements could not be used to spell clues? Let's see. Cl is chlorine. Radon. Radon shouldn't be able to be used for that. R. Yeah, radon is Rn. How many elements are in the top row of the periodic table? 2. The city of Finn is south of which small body of water? Trinsdale Lake, Sea of Aries, Morning Bay, or Cora Cove? How many cities in Finn Aries are larger than Reddington? Ah! Which of the following realms are not near Finn Aries? Puerto Rico. Which sigil denotes Arch Aries? What realm is directly north of Araja? Orinda Aries. Where are you right now as you take the exam? Mount Holly, Reddington, Finn Aries. Which two pieces of art would be best paired to denote a bee? Oh gosh. The letter B. Not, which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? A jungle? Let me see, check him out. I don't know which is which. This has to be grade 5. Because this got blocked off here and I went this way. Oh, no. No, this was grade 4, so this is grade 5. Alright. If we count small gates, 8 gates. So this would be an S. You know what? We'll come back to it. Let's see. Pry and pray. I don't know. Which of the following pieces of art is not displayed in Mount Holly's entrance are? I mean, there's 2 of them. Can you find the difference? Orinda or Orindia? I don't know. Map? No. Realm and real? Rain and ring. But that doesn't work. I'll have to come back to this. Who was the first crowned ruler of Finares? General Tuscan. In which era were the railways of Finares destroyed? The first era, no. It'd have to be the 6th era, because the War of the 5th era. 22 years. What was the first capital city of Finares? Which realm gifted Finares a dirigible to headway their victory? Nuance. The deciding battle of the War of the 5th Ares was fought on the southern shores near what famous landmark? Southern shores near, well... $36. 6. 21. Oh. 11 divided by 3 rounded to the nearest one. Before, I think. 10 divided by 3 would be 3 1/3. 12 divided by 3 is 4. 11 divided by 3 would be 3 2/3, so it should be that. 16 plus 5 is 21, times 2 is 22, minus 1 should be, wait a minute, what? 16 plus 5 is 21, times 2 is 42, minus 1, 41, should be 14. Okay. 5 divided by 2 is 2.5, times 3 would be 7.5. Rounded to the nearest 10 would be 10. Minus 1 would be 9. Times 6 would be 72. Plus 100 rounded to the nearest 100 would be 100 or 200. What is the Eurasian word for house? Q. What does Newgate? Right? I thought this would just be a formality. Yeah, new. The phrase ravenel, tree, should be not my tree. Not my old tree. Yeah. Or I am not an old tree. That old tree is not owned by me. That is the way I would. That's the way I would. All right. I don't. This isn't a new clue. All right, let's go run to grade 5. How do you best get to grade 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've used up half my time just solving the first questions. And I'm here. Go through the weight room. And then to the drawing room. And then to the classroom. This is grade 6. I finally got to the exam. This is grade 4. Grade 5. Fry, plan, car, plane, bride. Okay, pry. Oh my god. Okay. Well, it's at least going to save me time. Alright, so fry, plan, car, plane, bride are the ones that are there. I know that flan and bride were among the ones that it was asking about. Okay, jungle. All right. Which two pieces of art would best be used to pair or to depict the letter B? A hay bale and a mug of ale. No. Birds in a bookstore. I guess wings and honey? Maybe? I mean, I would do a boat and a bird. Because you had, or, no, a tree and a boat. Because then you could have bark and ark. Stooge plays games like this so he can look puzzled, and we can look puzzled at him. Kind of, yeah. A bale and ale. Yes. That one, obviously. God, why was that so hard? I don't know about that. Oh, what was the first capital of? I believe the first capital technically would have been Reddington. Sure. I'm now guessing. Oh gosh, how did I miss this? How would you say the following phrase in Arajan? You have a very, very long name. Um. How would you tell an Arajan count me out? No. Oh, count vo. Away. Word you radao. That's something a day. No. Ul ra jaram. Where am I supposed to pick this stuff up? This is we go. De Venya, yeah. Night and day. Day. I'm gonna say this one. Is okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say that. What? Mount Holly Elementary. Okay. Use the provided Arajan terms for cardinal directions above. What would be the clearest way you could give directions to somebody at point A to get them to point B? In et east. First up. First north, east. Toward tree, Isya Revo. Sure. Okay. In ancient Orendia, the number 8 was considered by Azeran scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many in the secular sphere held that only this advanced form of 8 was a worthy number of perfection. Sure. I don't know. Any ideas? I don't know the name of this forest. Um, 4. Trinsdale Lake. Red. Forest. Arindia. This would be Arindia. Burindia, no. Sure. Now I get to find out tomorrow how I did. Because I've got nowhere to go. Let's call it a day. How do you think I did? Academic Athletic Center. 9 classrooms, the library, a gymnasium, weight room, the pool, the locker room. You chose poorly. Let's find out. Color, 100%. Math, 100%. Science, 100%. Art, 100%. History, 67%. Eurasian, 67%. Algebra, 86%. So did I graduate? I don't know if I mean, I got a B, so I assume that's a graduate, right? B is diploma. Oh, I should check what I got to keep. Did I get... I mean, not terrible, but... I was hoping to keep the master key. I guess what I should do... is... like, let's check the trophy. Okay. You have to ace it. Damn it! You should have gotten the plush. No. Darn it. How many? I've got what? I have 5. Or I have 5 trophies. Unlock all 8 realms. Trophy of invention. There's 1 contraption which yeah. All right, sledgehammer. Sleeping mask. Running shoes. Magnifying glass. Courtyard. How to make a smart person feel dumb. I don't remember reading anywhere. We'll do the observatory. I gotta stop clicking on Draxus. If I had gotten the plushie, I wouldn't have been able to do all the stuff I did yesterday, Pokey. Oh, I don't... Take the wine cellar. Welcome to the House of Horrors. I don't have to go into the chapel, so I'm not going to. I guess I'm going to the veranda. The veranda. Veranda? West Wing Hall. Ay, ay, ay. Let's do that. All right. Redraw. Sure. Let's do that. The power hammer. They talk about hot glue, but I don't see a hot glue gun. Sure, let's look at some parlor tricks. The gems are in the white box. This statement is as true as the statement on the black box. The gems are not in the black box. Okay. If this is true, then that has to be true. And that would be true. So all three are true. Doesn't work. If this is false, then this is false. And if the gem, that would mean the gems are in the blue box, which would make this true. So it's got to be here. What? How is what? Pokey, explain. Because if the gems are in the white box, the gems are in the white box. This box is as true as the statement on the black box. The gems are not in the black box. Oh God. That would make all the... But when... I'm just gonna... I'm having a day. That's all there is to it. Let's re-roll. Hi, doggo. Rich the doggo head. Gotta pet the doggo. Only one... Oh, you want pets too? Alright. Why am I having such a hard time today? Well, let's redraw. Let's see what we got. I guess we're going to the pantry. Laboratory is a dead end. Well. Oh, it's not entirely dead. Let's do this. Because I do need... Alright, let's take a look at the setups. Sure. Log into the network. Electronic mail. 4/4. Date: April 4, 1987. Randolph. As I know you've been conducting temperature-related experiments this past week, I've tried my best to avoid accessing my frozen stock during your normal working hours. However, on Friday, I was making my famous black truffle pizza and had to visit the freezer for a few ingredients. I hope I didn't mess anything up. Chef de Camp. Chef, please don't worry too much about freezer access. The experiments we're doing aren't very sensitive, and they are already accounting for normal variations due to expected use in staff traffic. However, surprisingly, we did see a major temperature rise on Friday, which I believe may be related not to your freezer visit, but to the use of the furnace in close proximity. In the future, you should try to draft that a bit further away, as the temperature rise from drafting that room has a major effect on temperature in the house, and even more so in rooms in close proximity to it. H.S. Sinclair. Baron Sinclair. As we discussed in our meeting earlier this week, we will be sealing off the entrance to the Blackbridge server this week, as well as archiving all our electronic mailboxes and locking access. I'm not sure just how tech savvy we expect the Red Guard to be, but there's more than enough data on our servers that these extra precautions are, in my opinion, the very minimum measures that we should be considering given the likelihood of an investigation next month. Lock it down. Lock it all down. Interesting. Oh, I need to get access to the I you know what? I'm gonna call it a day now because I want to get I want to get to the green room though. I'm not gonna call it a day just yet. We're gonna get to the green room. Or not. The game has apparently decided, yes, I am going to call it a day now. Okay. Because I'm not going to bother drafting. There's no reason. So we're going to call it a day. God, I did terrible on the diploma. My history sucks. Mid-sized villa with one room. Oh, two rooms. I need to get the I need to get come on, brain, stop farting. I need to get to brain farts. The shelter. I need the shelter. There's still something about what note was it in the solarium? I think it was either the solarium or the clock tower that had a note that spelled out sacred. Uh, library. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm. For versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt the most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. I forget, did I ask how you're doing, Vandabeest? Part 1, The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in that time when society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the glory, for the gl- blah, 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 blah. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life. I'm doing all right. I watched the uh, I watched the two Mazda races at Daytona last night and this morning. I'm probably going to end up watching the Rolex 24 uh, via VOD. All right. Who had not been lucky in life, having lost two brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It was not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and a long and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as the stars in the skies. Upon searching such bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket, and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. He had been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings. How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the large bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around the corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle. Flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen, it was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch. And, upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You boy! Get out from behind that bush," he shouted, with rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running away. Running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish. Most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush and proudly brandishing his basket. "I know. And what luck I found them! I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jesper replied with a scripted response. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You could have come all that way this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper has traveled. And while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a price such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage. So I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's turn to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through the superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled cries, and for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pocket. Do not mistake me, sir. I will kill you if you give me no cause. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Didn't it? Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointed toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands. A concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smiling kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me, Jester? Stop. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, securing the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the lockbox was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of the artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusty yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up, easy enough then, and headed over to the nearby rock of sizable dimension and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised at how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling Argentor? Hmm. Okay, hold on. Hmm. Okay, you first. I don't know what intor means. Because Aj is first. And why, and in God's name, why have you no piss upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace, he paused for effect. 12 more, and you'll be dead. And you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time. Gosh darn it. Agua. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Interesting take. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more, given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do to be discovered here? Beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No. It would most certainly be better to face one's fate now. Take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limbs to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and, if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of gold trim were beside him. The answer to his immediate prayers, he laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road, four, perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value. But the additional risk of undertaking a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better it left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function is secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horse seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such an ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the dark of the cave, Miller remembered she was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazard formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia and nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. How much longer is this? Should I continue reading it? Okay. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy, never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cave as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains. The overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to a farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon, squinting through the leaves. The two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long before Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of the approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricone hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Though not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight, when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's northern end when Miller heard the horses faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. They did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards. Looking through the foliage, the sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow, drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Cavalry. Before she even finished processing the thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, great name, led the others cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver with an arrow protruding from his broken body. And beside him, a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness of the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek. And with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Black Guard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to collapse the entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. There we go. That was a lot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'll say, I believe. I was so long in reading that, I believe that today is Schoolhouse, yes. So I need gems. Everything suddenly felt so quiet because I stopped reading. Okay, nothing, but there's an apple. All right. Spare master bedroom. And an orange. Good. I wonder what the average length of time that people leave. Let's hope that we get good. Good. Okay, there we go. That's good. All right. To the gallery. Let's see what the gallery has for us. All right. Take the nook. Because I'm going to need keys. Drawing room. All right, we'll do the classroom. Second grade. Sure. After all, apples are extra delicious today. All right, I'm going to go back to the chapel. I don't want to go too far. All right, 4, 5, okay. Yeah, we'll do the trophy room. That will give us 8. Okay, yeah. Just jungle. And the commissary. Bananas, keys, and gems. All right. Okay. All right, so I'm fairly well set on gems. All right. Redraw. Security. Estate inventory. There's a trunk and a sledgehammer somewhere that I've missed. Fun. Log into network. Remote terminal access. Oh, well no, I can't access the email. At least I don't think I can. Yep. Continue with the experiment. All right. Now, let's see what's over here. We'll do the pantry. And then we'll check what's over here. The corridor. And the pantry. Let's see. Okay. Courtyard. All right, so we've already run into 2. Because this is a security door and this is a security door. I really need to find either the key card. Okay, we'll take the workshop. candle. All right, well, the breaker box. This is what I need. All right. Okay. Where? Oh, you know what? I bet you that there's no, that doesn't make sense. Normally the hmm. All right. So what room would have the sledgehammer? That'd be funny if it was the schoolhouse. Okay. Nope. All right, there's no point. Oh, wait. Here we go. Okay, Morning Bay and Colossus of Orinda. We have to remember that. Colossus of Orinda is the southern shore. F12 screenshot. No. And then Morning Bay. Okay. Looks like Oris might be the capital. All right. Let me see. I went east. This way. This way. We're going to go check the schoolhouse. We have Orindia and Orinda. So it would have been an I. There we go. Hammer. We have Amma. And the trunk is probably here. Wait, no, because it said a trunk before, didn't it? Which probably means... Whoops. Which probably means that it's in the den. Let's see. The fastest way to the den would be this way. Right? Yeah. But I don't think that's important right now. It's beeping because of the coins that I have thrown into the fountain. The fountain is literally a bank. But you can only throw 1 coin a day. So it's a very slow bank. Though, if I had known about it, and I threw a coin in there every single day, I would have 96 coins hanging out in the fountain. Eventually, I could become Scrooge McDuck. It would just take hundreds of thousands of days. Yeah, see, nothing there. All right. Yes, classroom. History is penned by the victors. Can you? General Tuscan. Horus. 2 sons, 22 years. A Raja. Black flag. I could do the dark room. Let's do the dark room. If anyone's wondering why I don't turn off the dark room before going in and then turning it on, because it doesn't count if it starts turned off. Lockpicks. Nice. All right. Yes. Another classroom. Grade 7. Yeah, we'll do the billiard room. I'm gonna need keys. Okay, 3. 2/3. 3 1/3 would be 4. Okay, 1 squared is 1. 2 squared is 4. 1. Oh, wait, no, 36. Wait. 3. 4. 1 squared is, or yeah, 1 squared is 1. 2 squared is 4. 6 squared is 36. 36 minus 50. Oh. There's no reversing here. I am mathing that right, right? Oh, wait, no, I'm not mathing it right. Oh, it's 10. 1 squared is 1. 2 squared is 4. 5 squared is 25. Minus 15 is 10. I'm an idiot sometimes. What? A third of 3 is 1. 1 squared is 1. A third of 3 is 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 squared is 4. A third of 3 is 1. 4 plus 5. Oh, minus... it's 20. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Why idiot I am. Alright. Yes. You do not have a conference room here. Grade 8. I have to do a better job of parsing this. Is this you? Is this you go or we go? With you, without you? I bet you it's you, not we. I do not want the ballroom. In the music room, I do not want. Let's do the boiler room. All right. I have to get the pool. Let's go to this. Let's go get the secret garden. Oh wait, this is a security door. This won't get me the secret garden, but will get me the conference room, which I can then use to get the secret garden. Behold! Fruit! Alright. Oh, India, the land I call my home. Alrighty. There we go. Why not? Let's spread some gold. Not that it matters, but hey. I don't remember when... Let's take a look. Electronic mail. Oh, okay. Ah, the showroom. Let us see what we can get from the showroom. See. And make sure. Alright, let's go to the showroom. Well, we have the moon pendant, which is 20. Well, the silver spoon would have been handy when I ate all that food. I've only got 70. The emerald bracelet, that would be nice. Let's see what is currently in my inventory. I don't think there's anything there that I really need to hold on to at this moment in time. Okay, we've got the pool now. Good. 2 chests that I can't do anything with. But now that I've got the pool, there's a possibility of getting... Oh, but I'm out of keys. This could be bad. All right. I just need the final exam room. Okay, so we have a bread room. All right. You do not see me able to pick this lock. So I guess I go down to... Okay, I go all the way through the foundation. Okay. Yeah. I went the wrong way. Through the foundation. Through the pantry. Through the corridor, through security. Through the pantry. Locker room. Hopefully I get a lot of keys. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I got 7 keys. Alright. Alright, to the boiler room. Hopefully we get the pump room. In the boiler room. And maybe we can put a nail in this coffin too. No! Okay. I don't need a special key. 10 keys for... I think that's enough keys. For what I'm able to do right now. I'm trying not to die, I promise. Alright. Final exam. We'll come back to that in a moment. What? What? Oh, shoot. I've got enough steps. All right. All right. It's silly that you can't pick these locks. You know what? Let's do these. Let's do here. It's a green. Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. Well, that's unfortunate. Six or... I don't know. That's a clue for that one puzzle. The note. A very delicious apple. One... I mean, it's not a red delicious by any stretch, but you know. That one's the note about the grotto. I don't know why I didn't open it. North of the antechamber. No. Full house of 45 rooms and I don't know what that one says. Something. Secret door and tomb? Leaning towards this. A red heron. Oh, look. Shoes. Alright. All open and I still have 8 keys left. I guess I bought too many keys. Hopefully. Okay. Granny Smith, you and Strega are of like minds. She likes the tartness of the Granny Smith. All right. I'm hoping to keep the I'm hoping that I will be able to keep this. Why does that have red? This is the only one that has any color to it. And what's, I guess, I wonder if occasionally you can keep the moon pendant as one of the 2 items. I doubt it. Let's see. I want to go, yes, this way. The exam room. All right. Horus. Say red. Orange. Green. Yellow. Zero. 10. 24. 5. 3. 15. 16. 11. 40. 8. 4. -3. -6. 1. -1. -8. -4. 1. Carbon. Neon. LL. Silver. Radon. 2. The Sea of Finn. Morning Bay. I'm still gonna say 4. Which realm is directly north of Araja? Benares. Mount Holly, Reddington, Benares. Bale and Ale. Jungle. I mean, these are both true, I think. I could be wrong. Orindia. Orinda. General Tuscan. The 6th era. 22 years. Boris. I believe I earlier said Corica. It could be Nuance, but I think it's Corica, but I could be wrong. I will say Nuance. No, I'll say Corica. Colossus Orindia. The deciding battle of the War of the 5th Era was fought on the southern shores near what famous landmark? The Colossus. 36. 9 minus 3 is 6. 21. 11 divided by 3 rounded up is 4. 16, 21, 42 minus 1 reversed is 14. 5 divided by 2 is 2.5 times 3 rounded up to the nearest 10 would be 10 minus 1 would be 9 times 6 is 72. No, 54. Right? Well, the answer was 200. Because I got all those correct. Q. What does Newgate? Neviate is Newgate. The phrase tree ben lay. That old tree is not owned by me. Or is not of me. Yeah. Oh. You see that right there? This is me misreading it. I should put my tree is not very old. How would you say the following phrase, you have a very, very long name? No, it won't let me change my mark. See? It sucks. There's no erasing. Count me out. Me count out. Ma is small north. Small north. Large east. Small tree. A small tree. Southeast. Or east south. No. Ove tree. What does ove mean again? Towards tree. Et towards tree. South last. Away from tree. Yeah, this is the right one. I think I did this last time. I could be wrong. I'm out of stuff to do other than going in there, but there's no point because I can't increase my allowance doing so. So we're going to call it a day. We're going to do a very, very, very short we're going to do a very, very, very short day 97 because I want to see what my grade is. Don't you? If I did worse than last time, I'm going to be upset, Pokey. B plus. Geography, I got an 86%. Which algebra did I get wrong? Arajan, I got 67%. History, I got 67%. So this went up and this went down because last time I got no, I didn't get 100% on it. There was one that I got wrong, or there were a couple I got wrong. I think last time I got a B. Now I have a B plus. I'm getting better? Question mark? All right. Let's see what it says. Abandoned project. Total rooms, 3. What is my total? Wait, how do I? Oh, 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah. With that, I'm going to call it a day. So I do want to say thank you for watching. Thank you for spending your time with me. Take care of yourselves. I will see you on Monday, where we are going to start something new. Probably the Seance of Blake Manor, I believe is the name of it. Yeah, the Seance of Blake Manor. But until then, take care, everybody, and goodbye.